Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Last Bastion of Light. The citadel of Solaris rose from the perpetual twilight like a defiant torch, its golden spires reaching towards skies that hadn't seen true daylight in generations. Crystal walls caught and amplified what little illumination remained in the world, sending beams of radiance cascading outward to push back the encroaching darkness. For 3 centuries, this final fortress of light had stood against the shadow tide that had consumed kingdom after kingdom, city after city, until all that remained of humanity clustered within its gleaming boundaries. Atop the highest tower, the Chamber of Radiance housed the Citadel's most sacred treasure, the Prisma Solar, a crystalline artifact said to contain the last pure sunlight from before the Great Dimming. The chamber's walls were lined with mirrors of polished silver, eternally reflecting and magnifying the prisma's glow to sustain the Citadel's protective aura. Darian knelt before the prisma, his paladin armor reflecting golden light as he completed his night watch. At 25, he was the youngest of the Solar Paladins, his devotion to the light having earned him this most sacred duty. His silver-white hair, a trait common among those born within the Citadel's walls, was tied back in a warrior's knot, revealing a face that still retained traces of boyish idealism despite the gravity of his station. As the bell tower struck the changing of the guard, Darian rose to his feet, saluting the approaching paladin with the traditional gesture, right hand raised, fingers splayed to mimic the rays of the forgotten sun. "All is radiant, Brother Felix," he reported, his voice echoing in the chamber's perfect acoustics. The older paladin returned the salute with practiced precision. "By the grace of light, may it remain so." Darian had taken 3 steps toward the spiraling staircase when a sound like shattering glass froze him in place. He spun around to witness a sight that would haunt him forever. Writhing tendril of pure darkness had somehow breached the chamber's defenses, snaking through a minuscule crack in the crystal wall. Before either paladin could react, it lashed out, striking the Prisma Solar with unnatural precision. The sacred crystal fractured, splinters of light scattering across the chamber floor. Felix's shout of alarm was cut short as the tendril whipped around, catching him across the chest and hurling him against the wall with bone-crushing force. Darian drew his light-forged blade, its edge glowing with concentrated radiance, and slashed at the shadowy appendage. The tendril recoiled, then dissipated into wisps of darkness that faded to nothing. Too late. The prisma lay in glittering fragments, its light already dimming. Felix's broken body slumped to the floor, his eyes wide with the shock of failure, and Darian stood alone, the sole witness to a catastrophe that would shake the last bastion of humanity to its foundations. "Exile," pronounced Lord Radiant, his voice reverberating through the Hall of Judgment. The Lord Commander of the Citadel stood atop a dais of white marble, his ornate armor adorned with crystals that caught and fractured light into rainbow patterns across the assembled crowd. "Darian of the Solar Paladins, you have failed in your sacred duty. The Prisma Solar lies shattered, our defenses weakened, and your brother-in-arms lies dead. In accordance with our laws, you are hereby stripped of rank, divested of your light-blessed armor, and cast beyond our walls." Darian knelt before the assembly, his head bowed in acceptance of his fate. His once gleaming armor had been replaced with simple grey garments, and a brand marking him as Lightfallen had been seared onto his right palm, a warning to all who might encounter him beyond the walls. "Have you anything to say before judgment is carried out?" Lord Radiant asked, a note of personal disappointment evident beneath his official tone. He had once been Darian's mentor, had championed the orphaned boy's admission to the Paladin Order. "Only that I will carry the light within me, even in darkness," Darian replied, the traditional response of the condemned. An hour later, the immense crystal gates of Solaris ground open just wide enough to thrust a single figure into the shadowed lands beyond. Darian stumbled forward, a small pack of provisions his only concession from the unyielding law. Behind him, the gates sealed with a resonant boom that felt like the closing of a tomb. Before him stretched the umbral wilds, a twisted landscape consumed by the ever-present shadows. Trees grew at impossible angles, their bark midnight black, and leaves a deep purple that absorbed rather than reflected light. The ground beneath his feet seemed to shift subtly, as though the shadows themselves were alive and curious about this new intruder. Darian drew a deep breath and took his first steps into exile. The small crystal amulet hidden beneath his shirt, a fragment of the prisma he had secretly rescued, providing his only comfort. 3 days into the shadowed lands, hunger and exhaustion had become Darian's constant companions. His provisions, designed to last a week, had been halved when a pack of shadow wolves attacked his camp on the first night. He had driven them off with a hastily constructed torch, but not before they claimed his food pack. He crouched now by a small stream, its water dark as ink but somehow still transparent when cupped in his hands. As he drank cautiously, his reflection rippled and distorted and then shifted into a face that was not his own. Darian recoiled, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword no longer at his hip. The water's surface stilled, then rippled again as a figure emerged from behind a twisted oak not 20 paces away, drinking from a shadow stream, either very brave or very foolish. Lightborn. The voice belonged to a woman, though her features remained obscured in the perpetual twilight. She stepped closer, and Darian saw she wore fitted leathers of deep grey, adorned with curious silver symbols that seemed to absorb the ambient darkness around them. A hood concealed most of her face, but he could see eyes that reflected what little light existed, eyes the colour of smoke. "The water hasn't killed me yet," Darian replied, rising to his feet. "Though I suppose the day is still young, if one can call it day in this eternal dusk." A smile flickered across the woman's face. "You speak like someone who still measures time by the rising and setting of a sun. The Citadel has kept to the old ways, I see." She pushed back her hood, revealing a face framed by hair as black as the shadows themselves, with a single streak of silver running from temple to neck. "I am Moira, of the clan Umbral, or what remains of it. Darian, formerly of the Solar Paladins." He saw no reason to hide his identity. The brand on his palm would reveal it regardless. "A fallen paladin," Moira observed, noticing the mark. "Cast out for some failure, no doubt. The Citadel has never tolerated imperfection in its champions of light." Before Darian could respond, a high-pitched keening cut through the still air. Moira's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Wraith hounds," she hissed. "They hunt for the Citadel. We need to move now." Hunt for the Citadel? But they're creatures of shadow. Moira grabbed his arm, pulling him deeper into the twisted forest. "Not everything is as the Lords of Light have taught you, fallen paladin. The Shadow Court has its own hunters, its own wars." They ran through the forest, navigating the disorienting landscape with Moira leading confidently, despite the near darkness. Finally, they reached a hollow beneath the roots of an enormous tree, its trunk wider than 10 men standing shoulder to shoulder. Moira pressed her palm to a knot in the wood, whispering words in a language Darian didn't recognize. The bark rippled like water, opening to reveal a hidden passage. "Inside," she commanded, "unless you'd prefer to explain your presence to the Wraithmaster." The passage led to a surprisingly spacious chamber, hollowed out beneath the tree, illuminated by glowing fungi that cast a soft blue light throughout the space. Maps, crafted of what appeared to be woven shadow, covered one wall, while weapons and tools of unfamiliar design hung from another. A small hearth burned with flames that gave off warmth, but seemed to consume light rather than create it. "Welcome to one of the last shadow havens," Moira said, sealing the entrance behind them. "One of the few places the Citadel hasn't yet found and purged." "Purged?" Darian echoed, the words sitting uncomfortably in his throat. "The Citadel protects humanity from the shadow that consumed our world." Moira's laugh held no humor. "Is that what they teach you behind those crystal walls? That you're the saviors of humanity?" She gestured to a seat carved from the living wood of the tree. "Sit, Lightborn. It's time you learned what your precious Lords of Light have been doing for the past century." Over a meal of strange but surprisingly tasty shadow, fruits and mushrooms, Moira told a tale that shook the foundations of everything Darian had been raised to believe. The shadows, she explained, weren't malevolent invaders, but a natural part of the world's balance, the necessary counterpoint to light, the yin to its yang. For millennia, The two forces had existed in harmony, until the founders of the Citadel discovered a way to harness pure light as a source of power. The Prisma Solar wasn't created to save humanity, Moira explained, her smoke-colored eyes reflecting the strange flames. It was stolen from the Temple of Balance, where it worked in tandem with the Umbra Voidit's shadow counterparto, maintain equilibrium between the forces. But the great dimming Darien began was no natural catastrophe, but the inevitable consequence of the Prisma's theft. As your lords drew more light to themselves, the world's balance shifted. The shadows grew not out of malice, but necessity nature, attempting to correct the imbalance. Darien's hand went to the fragment of the prisma hidden beneath his shirt. And my people? The citizens of the Citadel? Moira's expression softened slightly. Most are innocent, believing as you did. But your lords of light, particularly Lord Radiant, know exactly what they've done. With each passing year, they absorb more of the prisma's essence into themselves, becoming beings of pure light, while condemning the rest of the world to darkness. Then the attack on the prisma was an attempt to restore balance, yes, though not one I would have chosen. The shadows can be as zealous as the light. She studied his face. You still don't fully believe me. Would you, if our positions were reversed? Fair enough. Moira rose and moved to a chest in the corner of the room. From it, she withdrew a small object wrapped in cloth. Perhaps this will convince you. She unwrapped the package to reveal a crystal identical in form to the prisma, but swirling with darkness rather than light, the Umbra Void. If your lords speak truth, then surely this object of pure shadow should harm you, Lightborn. She held it out to him. Yet I think you'll find it as much a part of the natural order as the fragment you carry next to your heart. Darien hesitated, then reached for the shadow crystal. As his fingers touched its surface, he expected pain or corruption. Instead, he felt a curious sensation of completeness, and when he withdrew the prisma fragment from beneath his shirt and held the two crystals near each other, they began to resonate, emitting a harmonious tone that filled the chamber. The shadow is not your enemy, Moira said softly. Just as light is not mine, it is their separation that has brought the world to this precipice. Outside their sanctuary, the keening of the wraithhounds grew closer, their hunt drawing them inexorably toward the broken fragments of both crystals. And far away in the citadel of Solaris, Lord Radiant stood before the shattered remains of the prisma, absorbing its power into himself, his form growing ever brighter, while the shadows throughout the land deepened in response. The time had come for light and shadow to confront their shared destiny. Story 2. The archipelago of Lyravale rose from the Cerulean Sea, like the curved bones of some enormous forgotten instrument. Each island, sculpted by wind and tide into unique formations, vibrated with its own distinct note when the seasonal gales swept across their hollowed cliffs and caverns. It was a land where music was not merely heard but felt, where songs shaped reality and melodies held magic. For generations, the mystical order of soul singers had harnessed these vibrations, their voices blending with the natural resonance of the islands to protect the harmony that sustained life itself. On the smallest of these islands, Shellhaven, Arya stood knee-deep in the foaming shallows, her weathered net cast wide as the crimson sun dipped toward the horizon. Unlike the other fisherfolk who sang cheerful shanties to draw their catch, Arya worked in silence. Her voice had never carried the power that marked Lyravale's people, a fact that had earned her pitying glances throughout her 17 years. Yet she found her own rhythm in the pull of the tides and the whisper of the waves. As twilight painted the sky in deepening shades of indigo, a dissonant note quivered through the air, jarring, foreign and cold as ice against her skin. Arya winced, dropping her net as her hands instinctively covered her ears. Across the bay, the evening song lanterns of the village flickered and dimmed, their light sustained by the melodic incantations of the islanders. One by one they sputtered out, plunging Shellhaven into premature darkness. Something was terribly wrong. The singers have fallen silent, came a hoarse whisper from behind her. Arya spun around, water splashing around her legs, to find a gaunt man standing at the water's edge. His once fine robes of cobalt and silver, the colours of the soul singers, were tattered and salt-stained. His face bore the haunted expression of one who had witnessed horrors beyond description, yet something in his amber eyes sparked with recognition upon seeing her. Thorn, she breathed, the name falling unbidden from her lips, though she had never met this man. The notorious renegade singer who had vanished 3 years ago. blamed for the first occurrences of the mysterious discordant song that had gradually begun silencing singers across the archipelago. "You know me," he stated, neither question nor surprise in his voice. "Just as I knew I would find you here, Arya, daughter of Lyra." "How do you know my mother's name?" Arya demanded, wading back toward shore, her forgotten catch escaping from the abandoned net. "She died when I was a child, and yet her song lives in you," Thorn replied cryptically. He cocked his head, studying her with growing intensity. "You heard the discordance just now, yet you still speak, still remember, the others in your village." He gestured toward the darkened settlement where confused shouts had begun to rise. "They have lost both voice and memory." The maestro's work grows bolder. Arya climbed onto the shore, keeping a wary distance from the stranger. The maestro supreme, he leads the circle of harmony. Why would he silence his own singers? Thorn's laugh was bitter as sea brine. To compose his masterwork a melody of unimaginable power, but he needed rare voices, voices with particular qualities. His amber eyes never left her face. "Your mother had such a voice, as do you, though you've never known it." A chill that had nothing to do with her wet clothes crept up Arya's spine. Before she could respond, a new sound cut through the night-piercing whistle that made her temples throb. "They're hunting me," Thorn muttered, scanning the darkening sky where shapes like elongated birds circled overhead notes, the living embodiments of the maestro's compositions, used as messengers and, apparently, hunters. "I've stayed too long. Come with me, Arya. The discordance is spreading island by island. Soon, all of Lyravale will fall silent, and the great song that binds the archipelago together will unravel." "Why should I trust you?" Arya challenged, even as she found herself stepping toward him. "Everyone says you betrayed the circle. Everyone repeats what they're told to sing," he countered. "I defied the maestro when I discovered his true intention to awaken and control the leviathan that slumbers beneath the cerulean sea. A creature of pure sound, whose voice once shaped the world before the first singers lulled it to sleep eons ago. Above them, the note creatures swooped lower, their whistles modulating into a bone-chilling harmony. Thorn grabbed Arya's wrist, his touch surprisingly gentle despite his urgency. "Your immunity to the discordance is the key," he insisted. "I've spent 3 years searching for someone who could resist it. There's a hidden cove on the far side of the island. My boat is there. Please." The desperation in his voice struck a chord within her. Arya thought of her silent childhood, of her mother's lullabies that no one else in the village seemed to remember, of the strange melodies that sometimes echoed in her dreams. She nodded once, and together they fled along the shoreline as the note hunters dove toward the spot where they had stood moments before. 3 days later, their small sailboat navigated the treacherous currents between the jagged twin islands of Octavia and Cadence. From everywhere across the archipelago, reports of silence spread entire communities rendered voiceless, their memories of music fading like morning mist. The few singers who had escaped the discordance had gone into hiding, but Thorn knew where to find them. "The resonant caves," he explained as they moored their vessel in a hidden cove. "The last safe haven, shielded by ancient harmonics that even the maestro cannot penetrate without the complete discordant song." The entrance to the caves was concealed behind a perpetual waterfall that parted only when Thorn sang a complex pattern of notes. Inside, luminous crystals bathed the vast cavern in soft, prismatic light. A handful of soul singers, perhaps 20 in all, had gathered in this final sanctuary, their faces lighting with hope as Thorn entered. That hope dimmed visibly when they saw Arya following behind him. "You bring a voiceless one here?" challenged an elderly woman with silver hair coiled in intricate braids adorned with tiny bells. "The daughter of fishers, no less?" "The daughter of Lyra," Thorn corrected, his voice carrying such authority that the assembled singers fell silent. "The only one I've found who is immune to the discordance." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the gathering. "Impossible," said a young man with copper skin and eyes the color of storm clouds. "Lyra died nearly 15 years ago." Her voice was lost to the depths. "Not lost," Thorn insisted. "Protected. Hidden within her daughter through a Contra Cantigar countersong so subtle it has remained dormant all these years." Arya's confusion must have shown on her face, for the silver-haired woman approached her with newfound interest. "Child," she said gently, "what do you remember of your mother's lullabies?" "Very little," Arya admitted. "Just fragments. A melody about silver tides and sleeping giants. She would sing it when storms came. The woman exchanged significant glances with the other singers. "The Leviathan's lullaby," she whispered. "The very song used to subdue the Ancient One. Lyra must have passed it to you before the maestro claimed her voice." Understanding dawned slowly for Arya. The reason she had never shown musical aptitude wasn't absence of talent, it was protection. Her mother had somehow hidden her true voice, burying it beneath ordinary speech. "But I don't know how to sing as you do," Arya protested. "I've tried my whole life." "Because you've been singing the counter-melody all along," Thorn explained. "Every word you speak contains notes of the contracantiga, neutralizing the discordance when it reaches you. That's why you remained unaffected while your village fell silent." The silver-haired woman who introduced herself as Melodia, first singer of the Eastern Isle, them deeper into the caves, where an underground lake reflected the crystal light in dancing patterns. "The maestro has collected 99 voices," she explained gravely. "Voices of specific tonal qualities, harvested like rare ingredients for his terrible composition. With the addition of the 100th voice one containing the pure resonance of the Leviathan itself, will complete his masterwork." "And control the creature," Thorn added, bending its world-shaping voice to his will. "My mother's voice," Arya whispered. "It contained this resonance?" Melodia nodded solemnly. "As does yours, child, which is why the maestro must never find you. Yet, it is also why you alone might be able to counter his discordant song and free the captured voices." That night, as the hidden community of singers rested, Arya stood by the underground lake, listening to its subtle music, the drip of water, the soft resonance of the cavern, the crystalline tones that seemed to hum from the very walls. She hummed tentatively, attempting to match these natural notes. To her surprise, the water's surface rippled in response, forming concentric patterns that mirrored her simple melody. "You're beginning to find it," Thorn observed, appearing silently beside her. "Your true voice." "What happened to my mother?" Arya asked, the question that had burned within her since their flight from Shellhaven. "You knew her, didn't you?" Thorn's amber eyes reflected the crystal light like captured flames. "She was my mentor," he admitted softly, "the greatest singer of her generation. When she discovered the maestro's plans, she hid the most crucial part of the Leviathan's lullaby within you, not as knowledge to be remembered, but as instinct to be awakened when needed. And the maestro took her voice for his collection," Arya concluded, the pieces finally falling into place. "But it was incomplete without the hidden fragment." Thorn nodded grimly. "And now he searches for that missing piece, growing more desperate as the discordance spreads. Soon he will attempt to awaken the Leviathan regardless, risking catastrophe for all Lyravale. Then we must reach him first," Arya decided, her voice stronger than she'd ever heard it. The water before her feet trembled, forming perfect concentric circles that pulsed with her words. "Teach me, Thorn. Help me find the voice my mother hid within me." As the hidden singers slept in their final sanctuary, Arya began to learn the true art of soul singing, not from sheets of music or formal lessons, but from the primal sounds of water on stone, crystal on crystal, and the forgotten lullaby that had always lived in her heart, waiting for the moment when Lyravale would need it most. Story 3. The ancient monoliths of Dornwick's borderlands had stood silent for a millennium, their weathered surfaces etched with runes no living scholar could decipher. Sentinels of a forgotten age, they dotted the misty moorlands like the teeth of slumbering giants, objects of superstition for the villagers who built their homes in their shadows. Yet on the night of the crimson moon, when the sky bled red light onto the sleeping land, the first stone awakened. In the village of Thornhollow, Sir Gawain Oathbreaker sat alone in the corner of the Crowned Stag Tavern, his once gleaming armor now dulled by neglect, his surcoat stripped of heraldry. The patrons gave him wide berth not out of respect for a fallen knight, but from fear of the curse that followed him. 3 years had passed since he had led the Queen's vanguard into the Whispering Gorge, breaking an oath of protection to pursue glory. None but Gawain had returned, and the ghosts of his fallen comrades haunted the shadows behind his eyes. The tavern door burst open, admitting a gust of wind and a rain-soaked messenger in the royal livery of House Dornwick. "Sir Gawain," the young man called, his voice cutting through the murmured conversations. "I bear summons from Queen Elindra herself." He approached the knight's table with visible reluctance, extending a scroll sealed with silver wax. You are commanded to Ravencrest. Keep with all haste. Gawain's weathered hand closed around the scroll, his expression unreadable beneath his unkempt beard. The Queen has knights aplenty. Why summon the one she stripped of rank? I speak only the message, not its purpose, the messenger replied, backing away. But there is talk of walking stone and villages turned to graveyards in a single night. After the messenger departed, Gawain broke the seal. The parchment inside bore only a few lines in the Queen's elegant hand. The stones have awakened. Your oath remains unfulfilled. Come to me, Oathbreaker, and perhaps find redemption. Dawn found Gawain on the high road to Ravencrest, the mist clinging to the moors like a shroud. He travelled like this sword Sorrowblade, a dagger, provisions for the journey, and the weight of his shame. The land around him felt wrong, somehow. The birds had ceased their morning songs, and even the wind seemed hesitant to disturb the eerie silence. As he crested a hill, Gawain saw it a monolith that had stood peaceful for centuries, now uprooted from its ancient bed, leaving a gaping wound in the earth. The massive stone pillar had dragged itself nearly a league, leaving a furrow in the soft ground. It stood now on the edge of a small hamlet, or what remained of one. Thatched roofs had been crushed, walls pulverized, and among the ruins, stone figures moved with ponderous grace creatures of living rock, with limbs like gnarled branches and faces like crudely carved masks. Gawain instinctively reached for Sorrowblade, but a voice stayed his hand. Steel will not avail you against the Oathbound. He turned to find a woman standing where there had been no one moments before. She wore robes of moss green and earth brown, adorned with strange totems of bone and feather. Her eyes held the golden green luminescence of sunlight through spring leaves, and her dark hair was braided with wildflowers and thorns. "Who are you?" Gawain demanded, his hand still on his sword hilt. "I am Nym of the Elder Circle," she replied, her voice carrying the whisper of rustling leaves. "Keeper of the old ways, speaker to stone and soil." She gestured toward the ruined village. "And, like you, I am summoned by the Queen to address this awakening. You know what these creatures are?" Nim's expression darkened. "They are the Oathbound, warriors of the ancient kingdom who swore themselves to stone rather than surrender during the War of First Dawn. Their oath was sealed by powerful earth. Magic they would sleep until the realm had need of them again." "Then why do they destroy the very kingdom they're sworn to protect?" Gawain asked, watching as one of the stone creatures methodically crushed a standing well. "Because an oath was broken," Nym replied, her eyes fixing on Gawain with uncomfortable intensity. "The magic that binds them has been corrupted. They seek to punish the Oathbreakers, but in their awakened confusion, they cannot distinguish friend from foe." The implication hung heavy between them. Gawain turned away, his jaw clenched. "We should continue to Ravencrest. The Queen awaits." Ravencrest Keep rose from the cliffs like an extension of the mountain itself, black stone towers clawing at the sky. As Gawain and Nym approached the massive iron gates, they saw the signs of preparation for siege archers lining the battlements, cauldrons of oil being heated, smiths hammering frantically at blades and armor. They were escorted immediately to the Queen's private chamber in the highest tower. Queen Elindra Dornwick stood at a window overlooking her troubled realm, her slender frame outlined against the fading daylight. When she turned to face them, Gawain was struck by how much she had changed in the 3 years since he had last stood in her presence. Her once dark hair was now streaked with silver, and new lines of worry framed her eyes. "Sir Gawain," she said, her voice still carrying the authority that had once commanded his absolute loyalty. "And the druid Nym, you witness now the consequence of broken faith." "Your Majesty," Nym spoke before Gawain could respond. "The Oathbound seek retribution for a betrayal. The old songs speak of a pact between your ancestors and the earth. Spirits, what has transpired to disturb this balance?" The Queen's gaze shifted to a large tome on her desk, its pages covered in arcane symbols that seemed to writhe like serpents in the candlelight. "Desperate times call for desperate measures. Druid, the neighboring kingdoms grow stronger while ours withers. I merely sought knowledge from the old ways to protect my people." "By tampering with forbidden magic?" Nym stepped forward, her earlier deference replaced by cold anger. "The tome of Malgrave the Deceiver is not knowledge to be trifled with. It corrupts all it touches." "Careful, Druid," the Queen warned. "You stand in my court. Gawain studied the queen's face, seeing now what he had missed before: faint tracery of black veins at her temples, the slight tremble in her hand as she reached for a goblet of wine. "Your Majesty," he said carefully, "what would you have me do?" Elindra turned her attention to him, a smile playing at her lips. "Always the loyal knight, despite everything. I would have you do what you do best, Sir Gawain. Lead men into battle. Destroy these stone abominations before they reach the capital. They cannot be destroyed by conventional means," Nim interjected. "They are bound by oath and earth magic. Only by renewing the original pact can they be returned to their slumber." "And how would one accomplish this?" Gawain asked. "A blood offering from the royal line at the Heartstone altar deep in the Whispering Gorge," Nim replied. "Where your battalion fell, Sir Gawain?" The chamber fell silent, save for the distant sound of rain beginning to patter against the windows. Gawain felt the weight of unseen eyes upon him, the ghosts of his fallen men, watching, waiting to see if he would break another oath. "You ask me to escort the queen into danger?" he finally asked. "I ask you to fulfill your oath," Nim countered. "The oath you broke when you abandoned your post at the Heartstone altar to chase glory elsewhere. The very action that awakened the Stone Guardians." Gawain turned to the queen in shock. "Is this true? My men died because you were sworn to guard the altar and chose to pursue raiding parties instead." Elindra finished for him. "Yes, though I did not understand the consequences until it was too late." She gestured to the tome. "I sought answers, ways to contain what was awakening, but the magic, it demands more than I anticipated." Outside, the rain intensified, and with it came a sound like mountains grinding together. From the window, they could see the first of the stone creatures emerging from the forest edge, dozens of them moving with implacable purpose toward Ravencrest. "We have little time," Nim urged. "The queen must perform the ritual at the altar by midnight of the Crimson Moon 3 days hence. The Oathbound will reduce this kingdom to rubble." Gawain looked from Nim to the queen, understanding now the impossible choice before him. To escort the queen meant risking her life in the very place where he had failed before. Yet to refuse meant the certain destruction of the realm he had sworn to protect. "I will accompany you to the Heartstone altar," he said at last to Elindra. "But I must know, will you truly surrender the dark magic you've been wielding? For if the earth spirits sense deception, no oath renewed will bind the stone warriors again." The queen's eyes narrowed, the black veins at her temples pulsing visibly now. For a moment, something other than Elindra seemed to look out from behind her eyes, something ancient and hungry. "The magic gives me strength to protect my kingdom," she whispered. "Would you have me relinquish that power? Become weak when our enemies are strong?" "I would have you remain the queen I swore to serve," Gawain replied steadily. "Not become the very threat your ancestors defended against." Outside, the first stone warrior reached the outer wall of Ravencrest, its massive fists pounding against ancient stone with the force of a battering ram. Alarm bells rang throughout the keep. "We leave at first light," Nim declared, breaking the tense silence. "Through the hidden paths known only to the druids. It may give us time enough to reach the altar before the stone army overtakes us." As Gawain bowed and turned to leave the chamber, the queen called after him. "Sir Gawain, should I falter in my resolve when we reach the altar?" She hesitated, a flash of her true self showing through the corruption. "You must do what is necessary for the kingdom, even if it means breaking your oath to protect me." Gawain met her gaze, understanding the weight of what she asked. A third oath, potentially to be broken for the greater good. "Some oaths transcend words, Your Majesty," he replied. "My duty has always been to Dornwick itself, though I lost sight of that once before." He placed his hand on Sorrowblade's hilt. "I will not fail again." As he left the chamber, the stone sentinels continued their assault on the keep's outer defences, their relentless pounding an echo of his own heartbeat. Ahead lay the Whispering Gorge, where the ghosts of his past awaited. Behind, a queen slowly surrendering to darkness. And all around, a kingdom hanging in the balance of an oath renewed, finally, irrevocably broken. Story 4. In the twilight realm of Telarian, where reality itself was woven like cloth, a single loose thread could unravel the world. High atop the crystal spire, where the two moons Lumina and Umbra appeared close enough to touch, the sacred chamber of weaving glimmered with ethereal light. Inside, thousands of gleaming threads stretched across a room so vast its corners faded into shadow. forming a tapestry of such complexity that mortal minds could scarcely comprehend its patterns. This was the tapestry of Destinies the fabric that bound all existence together. Illyra Threadborn moved her slender fingers across a section of the great work. Her touch, gentle as butterfly wings. Golden light pulsed from her fingertips into the tapestry, mending a minor fraying that might have caused a drought in the distant southern provinces. Unlike the elder mystic weavers with their ceremonial robes and ornate weaving shuttles, Illyra wore a simple apprentice's garb of undyed linen, her only adornment a silver thimble that had belonged to her mother. "The threads respond to you most naturally," observed Grand Weaver Thalius from behind her. His voice, like rustling parchment, carried the weight of centuries. "Your gift grows stronger each day." Illyra bowed her head, accepting the rare praise from her stern mentor. "Thank you, Master Thalius. I only wish to serve the pattern as faithfully as you have." The ancient weaver's face remained impassive, but his eye a silvery and reflective, as mirror, glass narrowed slightly. "Continue your practice with the border threads. I must attend the Council of Patterns." He turned, his indigo robes sweeping behind him, and vanished through an archway that seemed to shimmer into existence just as he approached it. Alone in the chamber, Illyra returned to her work, losing herself in the mesmerizing glow of the threads. Each strand represented a life, a destiny, woven into the greater pattern of existence. The mystic weavers had maintained this tapestry since the first unraveling, when chaos had nearly consumed all of creation. A sudden chill prickled along her spine. Something was wrong. Illyra looked up from her work and gasped. Across the chamber, on the far eastern edge of the tapestry, a thread had turned black as midnight. Even as she watched, the darkness spread, bleeding into adjacent threads like ink in water. "No," she whispered, rushing toward the corruption. This was no natural fraying or tangling, this was something else entirely. The blackness seemed to pulse with malevolent purpose, consuming the golden light of the surrounding pattern. Illyra reached for her weaving needle, a simple tool of polished boniand, attempted to isolate the corrupted section. But as her needle touched the first blackened thread, a surge of cold energy shot up her arm, burning like ice. Visions flashed before her eyes, villages consumed by unnatural storms, creatures of twisted form emerging from shadows, and a void of such profound emptiness that it seemed to devour light itself. She stumbled backward, clutching her trembling hand. The corruption continued to spread, faster now, threads blackening in rapid succession. Panic rising in her throat, Illyra turned to sound the alarm but froze at the sight of Thalius standing in the archway, watching her with those silver mirror eyes. "Master!" she cried. "The tapestry, it's being corrupted." Thalius approached slowly, his gaze fixed on the spreading darkness. "Yes," he said, his voice strangely distant. "The primordial void reclaims what was always its right." The void?" Illyra stammered, ancient legends stirring in her memory. "But that's just a story told to apprentices. All stories are threads in the tapestry, child." Thalius extended a hand toward the blackened section, and to Illyra's horror, the darkness seemed to leap toward him eagerly. "The void is the original state of all things, perfect emptiness, perfect potential. We weavers have denied its rightful dominion for too long." As he spoke, Illyra noticed something clutched in his other hand, a shard of what appeared to be solidified shadow, its edges cutting into Thalius's palm, black veins spreading up his wrist and beneath his sleeve. "Master, you're infected by it!" she gasped, reaching for him. "Please, let me help you." Thalius's face contorted with sudden rage. "Help me? Foolish girl?" He gestured toward the corrupted section of the tapestry. "Do you see what you've done?" "What I've," Illyra began, then followed his pointing finger. With growing horror, she saw that the corruption appeared to emanate from the very section she had been working on. "No, that's not possible." "Guards!" Thalius called, his voice echoing throughout the chamber. "The apprentice Illyra has betrayed the pattern. She conspires with the void." Distant footsteps pounded against crystal stairs. Illyra's mind raced. No one would believe her word against the Grand Weavers. And if what she'd seen in the vision was true, the corruption would spread throughout Tolarian, unmaking everything in its path. In a desperate moment of clarity, Illyra snatched her weaving needle and plunged it into the tapestry near the corruption's edge. Golden light flared, momentarily halting the darkness. Using the distraction, she tore a small section of untainted threads from the Tapestria Forbidden Act that sent pain shooting through her body, as if she'd torn out a piece of her own soul. "Sacrilege!" Thalius roared, lunging for her. Illyra dodged his grasp and ran for a side passage, one of the many shortcuts through the crystal spire that only apprentices bothered to learn. Behind her, she heard Thalius commanding the guards to find her, to bring her back alive, so that she might witness the unmaking of all things. 3 days later, Illyra huddled in the hollow of a great silverwood tree in the Whisperleaf forest, clutching the stolen threads to her chest. She had fled the crystal spire with nothing but her weaving needle, the clothes on her back, and the precious threadshare only proof of the corruption, and perhaps the key to stopping it. Throughout her journey, she had witnessed the effects of the tapestries' corruption. Unnatural storms lashed the countryside. Animals turned aggressive and strange, and in one village she'd seen a child whose shadow moved independently, reaching out with clawed hands to grasp at passers-by. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by nightmares. In one recurring dream, she saw her twin brother Elian, who had disappeared on his 13th naming day, believed drowned in the Silver Lake. In the dream, Elian reached for her with limbs that stretched too long, his eyes pools of swirling darkness. "The void comes, sister," dream Elian would whisper. "It comes through the 7 gates, wearing 7 faces." Illyra woke with a start, the first light of dawn filtering through the silverwood's leaves. 7 gates, 7 faces. The words echoed in her mind, resonating with something she had once read in the forbidden Archivesa text she'd glimpsed while returning scrolls for Master Thalius. "The 7 skeins," she whispered to herself, memory stirring. Ancient spools of enchanted thread, each hidden away after the first unraveling, too powerful to be kept together but essential should the void ever return. A twig snapped nearby. Illyra froze, listening intently. Another snap, closer now. Slowly, she reached for her weaving needle, a poor weapon, but all she had. A figure stepped into view, tall and lean, clothed in a patchwork of mismatched fabrics that somehow formed a harmonious whole. His face was obscured by a deep hood, but Illyra sensed his gaze upon her. "Who are you?" she demanded, brandishing her needle. "Someone who still remembers how to see the true pattern," the stranger replied, his voice oddly familiar. He pushed back his hood, revealing a face that was both strange and achingly familiar-like, looking into a mirror that showed an alternate reality. "Elian?" Illyra breathed, hardly daring to believe. "Not exactly," he replied with a sad smile. "But once, yes. I am what remains of your brother after the void took its portion." He extended a hand, and Illyra saw that his fingers were partially translucent, as if woven from gossamer threads. "I have been waiting for you, sister. The corruption spreads faster than even Thalius intended. He doesn't realize that he isn't controlling the void, it's controlling him." "How do we stop it?" Illyra asked, her initial shock giving way to determination. "The 7 skeins," Elian said. "With them, you can reweave what has been unmade, create a barrier against the void's advance." He glanced at the stolen threads she clutched. "Those fragments you saved, they're the key to finding the first skein." "Where is it?" "Beneath the obsidian falls, guarded by the sphinx of ever-changing riddles." His form seemed to flicker, becoming less substantial. "I cannot remain long in this form. The void pulls at what remains of me." "Elian, I thought you were dead all these years," Illyra said, reaching for him. "Part of me is. Part of me exists between states, neither fully here nor fully gone." He stepped back, already fading. "Find the skeins, sister. I will help when I can, but beware, the void has corrupted many beings, twisted them to serve its purpose. Trust your weaver's instinct, it will show you which threads are true." As he vanished completely, Illyra heard his final words like a whisper on the wind. "Begin your search at the place where endings flow into beginnings." Alone again, Illyra studied the threads she had saved from the tapestry. In the morning light, she could see patterns within patterns, a map woven into the very fabric of reality. The Obsidian Falls lay 3 days' journey to the north, in the shadow of Mount Terminus. She tucked the threads and her needle into a small pouch and rose, her path suddenly clear. The world was unraveling, and Shay, mere apprentice accused of treason, was perhaps the only one who could reweave its broken pattern. As Illyra stepped from the shelter of the Silverwood, a distant rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. She looked up to see dark clouds gathering on the horizon, their edges tinged with an unnatural violet light. The corruption was spreading faster than she had feared. 7 skeins, she murmured to herself, squaring her shoulders. 7 guardians, 7 battles. She touched the silver thimble on her finger, her mother's last gift before she too had been claimed by the mysteries of the pattern. And one chance to reweave the world. With that thought to steel her resolve, Illyra began her journey north, toward the Obsidian Falls where endings flowed into beginnings, and where the first thread of hope might be grasped before all unraveled into void. Story 5. The ancient spires of Emberhold rose like jagged teeth against the crimson sunset, their shadows stretching long across the cobblestone streets. For 1,000 years, the city had stood defiant against the cruel northern frosts, protected by the sacred eternal flame that burned atop the highest tower of the Cinder Hall. But on this evening, as winter winds howled against the city walls with unusual ferocity, the mighty flame flickered and dimmed, casting uncertain light across the anxious faces of the citizens gathered below. In the humble smithy at the edge of the Cinder District, Lorik hammered rhythmically at a glowing piece of metal, each strike sending a shower of golden sparks dancing through the air. Unlike the other smiths who had closed their forges early to join the worried crowd at Cinder Hall, Lorik worked on, driven by an inexplicable urgency. The flame-shaped birthmark on his forearm pulsed with a dull ache, as it always did when he worked the forge, though tonight the sensation was stronger, almost burning. Still at work while the world trembles, Smith? Came a silken voice from the doorway. Lorik looked up to see a cloaked figure, her hood pulled low but not quite concealing the fine features of her face or the unmistakable copper hair that marked her as nobility. Despite her disguise, he recognized her immediately. Lady Scylla, he said, setting down his hammer and bowing awkwardly. What brings the daughter of Lord Varus to my humble forge? She stepped inside, glancing nervously over her shoulder before drawing back her hood. Former daughter, she corrected, her voice bitter. I've been exiled these past 3 moons, and now I come with a warning. Before she could continue, a deafening horn blast echoed through the city, followed by panicked shouts from the direction of Cinderhall. Through the open door, Lorik saw the once mighty eternal flame sputter and shrink to a mere ember, its light now barely visible against the darkening sky. It's happening faster than I feared, Scylla whispered, her face pale. Lorik, what do you know of your heritage? He frowned, setting aside the unfinished blade. My parents were simple folk who died in the fever that swept the lower city when I was but a child. There's nothing to know. And the mark upon your arm? Have you never wondered why it burns when you work the forge? Why the flames bend to your will even without bellows? Before he could answer, the ground beneath them trembled. Outside, a freezing wind swept through the streets, carrying with it unnatural crystalline patterns that crept along the cobblestones, turning everything they touched to ice. The frosts breached the outer wards, Scylla said grimly. We must go. Now. Go where? What is happening? Lorik demanded, though he was already gathering his cloak and the few possessions he valued. A worn leather-bound journal that had belonged to the master smith who had raised him, and a curious metal amulet, shaped like a coiled dragon that he had found in the forge's foundation when rebuilding it years ago. To the heart of Mount Emberfall, she said, nodding at the volcano that loomed behind the city. To awaken what sleeps there, you are the last of the Flame Guardians, Lorik. The mark you bear is no ordinary birthmark. It is the sigil of your bloodline, those sworn to protect the eternal flame. As they hurried through the rapidly freezing streets, Scylla explained the truth that had been hidden from him his entire life. The eternal flame was no mere symbol or magical barrier. It was a living essence, the captured heart fire of an ancient dragon that had once ruled these lands. The guardians of old had made a pact with the creature. Its flame would protect the realm from the frost wraiths that sought to plunge the world into endless winter, and in return, the guardians would protect its physical form as it slumbered, regaining strength through the ages. But my father discovered the sleeping dragon and saw an opportunity, Scylla continued, as they climbed the narrow path up the mountain's flank, ice forming at their heels. He made a pact with the Frost King, promising to sabotage the flame if the northern realms would support his claim to the throne. Why would he do such a thing? The frosts will destroy us all, Lorik protested, his breath coming in visible clouds as the temperature plummeted around them. Power blinds even the wisest eyes, she replied sadly. He believes he can control them, use their magic to rule not just Emberhold but all the southern kingdoms. He does not understand the nature of frost magic. It consumes everything, even its wielder. They reached a cave entrance half hidden behind a frozen waterfall. Inside, warmth greeted them unexpectedly, growing more intense as they ventured deeper into the mountain's heart. The walls of the tunnel glowed with veins of molten rock, pulsing like living arteries. "How did you discover all this?" Lorik asked, watching in fascination as his birthmark began to glow in response to the heat. "I found the ancient texts in my father's private library, journals of the First Guardian. When I confronted him about his plans, he gave me a choice: exile or death." Her eyes flashed with determination. "I chose exile so I could find the last Guardian. You." The tunnel opened suddenly into an immense cavern, its ceiling so high it was lost in shadow. The chamber was dominated by a massive crater filled with molten lava that bubbled and churned. And there, curled around the crater like a living mountain, lay a dragon. Its scales were the deep red of cooling embers, with patches of obsidian black. Though its eyes were closed, Lorik could sense its awareness, feel its ancient mind touching his. "For centuries we thought the Guardians extinct," Scylla whispered in awe. "My father found historical records suggesting the last of them had been quietly assassinated generations ago. But the dragon preserved a spark of its flame within your bloodline, hidden from those who would misuse it." As they approached, the dragon's enormous eye opened, a swirling vortex of flame and smoke that fixed upon Lorik with ancient intelligence. So, it spoke directly into their minds, its voice like the rumble of an avalanche. "The last ember returns to the hearth." "Great One," Scylla said, kneeling. "The eternal flame fades and the frosts advance. Lord Varus has betrayed his oath as protector of the realm." "I have felt the cold creeping into my dreams," the dragon acknowledged, smoke curling from its nostrils. "But the flame cannot be rekindled without sacrifice. Whatever is required, I will give it," Lorik said, stepping forward. The metal amulet he carried suddenly grew hot against his chest. The dragon's gaze shifted to the amulet. "You carry my heart scale, young guardian, taken from me in the ancient pact. It is the key that locks my power in the tower flame. Return it to me, and I shall rise once more to drive back the frosts. But know this, the consequences will reshape your world." A deafening crack echoed through the cavern. Ice was forming along the tunnel they had used, advancing rapidly toward them. "They've followed us," Scylla gasped, drawing a slender blade from beneath her cloak. "My father must have sensed the awakening." The tunnel mouth exploded in a shower of ice shards, and through it stepped Lord Varus, his once noble features now tinged blue with frost magic. Behind him loomed tall, gaunt figures, with skin like translucent ice and eyes of depthless white, frost wraiths from beyond the northern wastes. "Daughter," Varus said, his voice crackling like breaking ice, "I should have known your sentimentality would lead you to interfere, and you," he turned to Lorik, "the last guardian, hidden in plain sight all these years." "Father, stop this madness," Scylla pleaded. "The frosts cannot be controlled. They will consume everything, including you." "Progress requires sacrifice," he replied coldly. "The old ways must yield to the new. With the power of winter at my command, I will forge a kingdom that will endure for millennia." As Varus advanced, frost crackling around his fingertips, Lorik felt the dragon's presence in his mind. "Now, young guardian, choose." Without hesitation, Lorik tore the amulet from his neck and cast it into the molten crater beside the dragon. The metal sank into the lava, and for a moment, everything was still. Then, the mountain began to tremble. The lava surged upward, enveloping the dragon in a cocoon of liquid fire. Varus and the frost wraiths halted their advance, momentarily stunned by the spectacle. The molten cocoon shattered in an explosion of heat and light that drove back the ice. Where the ancient dragon had lain now stood a being of living flame, its wings spreading to fill the cavern with swirling embers. "The pact is broken," the dragon's voice thundered, and renewed in a new form. Tendrils of flame shot forth, enveloping Lorik. The birthmark on his arm spread, fire racing across his skin not with pain but with a sensation of homecoming. He felt his consciousness expanding, merging with the ancient wisdom of the dragon. "No," Varus shouted, summoning a wall of ice between them, but it melted instantly in the dragon's heat. "The eternal flame was never meant to be chained to a tower," Lorik spoke, his voice harmonizing with the dragon's. "It was meant to burn within the hearts of those worthy to bear it." The frost wraiths shrieked and retreated, their forms already melting in the intense heat. Varus stood alone, the blue tinge fading from his features as the borrowed frost magic abandoned him. "What have you done?" he whispered, suddenly appearing old and frail. "Restored balance," Sylar answered, moving to stand beside Lorik, unharmed by the flames that surrounded him. "The Guardians will walk among the people again, not as distant protectors, but as living reminders of the flame within us all." Together, Lorik and the dragon, now one being, spread their wings of flame. The fire surged outward from the mountain, not destroying but transforming, melting away the creeping ice and rekindling the hearth fires in every home throughout Emberhold. And as the first light of dawn broke over the eastern horizon, the citizens of Emberhold emerged from their homes to find their city transformed. The Tower of Cinderhall no longer bore a single great flame, but instead, thousands of tiny embers danced through the streets, settling like glowing seeds to take root in the hearts of those who would become the new Guardians. In the days that followed, as Sylar took her rightful place as leader of a new council of Emberhold, the legend of Lorik the Flame-Touched spread throughout the realm. He was seen sometimes as a man wreathed in gentle fire, sometimes as a dragon soaring above the mountain, but always as the guardian of the eternal flame that burns within us all, the courage to stand against the darkness, no matter how bitter the cold.